Yeah, it's just like full on everything is locked. Cannot click on the start menu, cannot control alt delete. But we may have something now. Maybe. Uh, Everyone in Twitch chat, can you hear my festiveness? Anyone in YouTube chat, can you hear my festiveness? In theory, I am streaming. In theory, Visual Studio is starting up. In theory, I'm going to play awesome music. In theory, using the start menu actually hangs my computer. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. Everybody's loading. Everybody's loading when we're loading forever. Maybe people are seeing me now. There's no way to really know. It's a mystery for the ages. Alright. Is my voice actually coming through now? Yep. Things are happening. Things are happening. They might even be able to hear me. Okay. Things are happening. And I'm going to open up some code. And I'm going to code this code so hard. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to build a wall and code around it. Tim. Okay. I actually have things open now. Hey, look, it's code. So, hi, everybody. That was exciting. My first time using Restream. And lots of rebooting with OBS. Let's see, where was I? I was right in the middle of making a small change to the skeleton builder so that I could build just one resource at a time, because for some reason we never set that up yet. And let's see, so blah blah, build async, and let's see, to build. So let's see, to build dot length greater than 0. Let's see. Do we have too many of these? Yes. Alright. Now I should be able to come over here and say anim sheet test. Where is that? What namespace is that in? Alright. Sorry, I was building out a little bit of infrastructure that I was hoping to have done before this, but that lives over here. Alright, that's cool. So now I can just say build a particular resource like this, and also so have a couple compilers. And who is that behind Andrew? That is Gabe Ortega. He is the newest programmer here in Fairfax. Although I believe we have just almost hired a replacement for our dear departed Corey, so Gabe will not be the new guy anymore, and he's looking forward to, you know, a certain amount of really unpleasant DevOps work goes to whoever's newest, and soon it won't be Gabe's problem anymore. He's very excited. Currently, he's working on doing some things related to resource gathering type nodes in the game to sort of generalize them into an all-purpose, more flexible system. So, anyway, let's see. So yes, now I should, the result of this little plumbing bit that I did is so that I could just write build async and then pass in a resource ID and have it build only that resource ID for debugging purposes. Alright, can everyone, read the coding part okay? Do I need to zoom in even more? It looks pretty good to me, but you might have to expand your window. Wow, that's awesome. So, yeah, I got this. What all of this was about ultimately was because I needed a way to isolate a particular skeleton that was building badly, and by building badly, I mean, well, kind of like this. Oh no. Yeah. Wow. Every time I try and drag this window, my entire computer hangs. But yeah, this was happening with this particular skeleton that was being built. Currently, I'm trying to figure out why does everything turn horrible as soon as I turn on. I tried to open a GIF and show it on my screen, and just Windows Image Previewer. Is it back? Yeah. So yeah, I tried to open a GIF file and just drag that into the part of my monitor that was streaming, and so anyway, this is coming out of the skeleton builder. we might be. Okay, so maybe I'm streaming. Maybe it will come back in just a minute. But it might be thoroughly delayed. Yep, there it is. There it is. All right. Hey, look, it's my music. Okay, so anyway, yeah. So now I'm actually getting a bug report out of things, and that's super awesome and useful. So, and I'm only building one resource, which means that. So okay, so let's see. I've still got my bug up on the screen, and I'm going to quit out of this now, and or rather, what I'm going to do is I'm going to the build server is a great big server that produces a whole lot that like goes out and runs a whole lot of external tools. So what I'm going to do right now is use my Visual Studio debugger to actually attach to the FBX builder, which compiles skeletons. And here we are, attached to that. And so the bug is not my bug. This is a problem with OBS on my computer for some reason. And now that I am attached, I'm going to hit break, and here I am inside the builder. So step up the call stack to here, and here's where my assertion is. And so why are things going bad? First off, source frame. And then what is our bone index is 0. And what is M? That's not what M is supposed to be. So M is full of not a number. So what is bone pause? Well, first off is pose something. So pose is not null. So And so what I'm seeing here is that I'm just looking over at bone pause, which is coming out of the pose array. That is all completely invalid data. So the problem is not here. So we want to go back and say, well, where did this data come from? So that would be scene frames dot frame poses. And I'm just expanding this out, and yeah, it looks like all of this is totally invalid. So the question is, how did it get invalid? So now we're going to come in here, and I think the thing to do is just look at this loop here that gets all the frame data and try and debug it. So what I'm going to do is go to skeleton build, or go to anim sheet test, turn on debug, and that will give me a chance to intercept the build process and run everything again, which will, you can see it starting up here. And now it starts up the skeleton build, and so now I should be able to attach to that process. And here we are, safely and nicely inside FBX build. At this breakpoint that waits for us to start up when I set that. So the FBX build process is a thing that, well, first off, FBXs are just files that contain raw exports from programs like 3D Studio and Maya, whatever you want like that. Again. So, anyway, now I am deep inside this code, and I'm going to go to the animation builder and set a breakpoint here. And say, how is this actually running? Set our breakpoint and go. So anim scratch is just a big pile of scratch data, scratch parent. So we'll step in here, and so let's see what so it looks like anim node is null, which is odd. So let's see what we have in here for the contents of anim scratch. So it looks like this isn't even properly initialized at all. How did that happen? Let's find out how. So it looks like anim sources is not filled out properly. Let's go over here. This is where we are sort of retargeting the one skeleton's data onto another. And so this all looks good. And this all looks good. But this is bad. So I need to figure out how this got set up in a way that was bad. And that's going to involve these two functions here, get retargeting info and stack retargeting info. So, yeah. So here's where we actually build this data, and so it looks like these two output bones are not getting filled out properly. So I'm going to have to look at why that is. Hopefully hopefully we'll get back to the fun part in a minute. Just, this is where I was in the debugging when 3 o'clock rolled around. Let's see, so where do we write to output? And it turns out that I'm just missing a big section of code that should have set this stuff up. So to skeleton. And do the same thing to the other loop, and then I should have valid data in the toOutput field, which then should give me a whole lot of other, which then will allow the anim sources array to be populated, which will then allow bone retargeting. Yeah. In media res, folks. This is what happens when you write a whole lot of code that all depends on each other and then test it. You know, you find bugs and stuff that you built weeks ago. Alright, so we'll try this again. So how do I make the overlay, SNR asks? So I use a color key targeted at the gray background of Visual Studio and then put that as an overlay on top of me. So it's, you know, there's no... Visual Studio just has a certain shade of dark gray, and I do a green screen with that shade of dark gray and mask out just like the text scrolling over me. Yeah, right now there's just a Chromecast on the background. We use that for other things at other times, though. So are we up and running? We are up and running again, so I get to reattach to the skeleton building process. Actually, let's be feisty and just let it run normally without even jumping in there. And see if it asserts. Oh, that's not good. So there looks to be... The next thing we have is some sort of memory error in here. What is going on here? See, what are our threads? Something is crashing across multiple threads. What is this thing? So here's all the call stacks in the tool all at once. What is conflicting with what? Alright, I'm going to turn off some of the concurrency in here and not debug that because no one wants to watch me debug that. Let's see. This should just cause everything. Let's one more. All right. That should force everything into one thread, so we'll have no thread conflicts to worry about. Paladin Brewer doesn't like beer? I'm very confused. What else does one brew besides beer? Alright, so, anyway. So, reattach the build process, and we'll just let it run and see what happens. I'm going to take slightly drastic action now and go over and just turn off my debug hooks so I can get to debugging the interesting and exciting bits. So my wife is probably watching right now. She's homesick, and I said I would stream so that she could see me and be entertained. And hi, honey. Okay, debug attached to process again. Wow, this is consistently reproducible. Give me 1 minute, and I'm going to figure out why, because this is unfortunately very interesting. See if this makes let's see if this makes things happier for the build process. Just turn off pre-caching seeds. I want to get back to the horrifying Lovecraftian animation bugs. Trust me. And I really thought they were more Dali-esque. I mean, that's very Salvador Dali. I mean, this looks like Salvador Dali, doesn't it? Alright, debug, attach process. And we get to here again, and what do we have here? So, moment of truth. What is Bone Scratch? Still not very useful. So what are our variables? Going back up here. Out frame data. And So anim sources is a much larger array than it was, but should still have something way closer that, like, yeah, this should have, you know, like this should have 90 plus bones in it, not 34 bones. So why are we missing them? What's the difference between the ones we have and the ones we don't? Like, so here's a bone, which goes from this bone to this other bone, just mapping stuff between the two files, and so as far as I can tell, lower left toe should be one of the bones we do have. So why do we not have it? Because I don't see it in here. Okay, so yeah, we lost like 60 bones when we did the bone retargeting, and question is why? I don't think there's anything to do except just walk through all the code where we build this data and figure out where it went wrong. Because, well, life is fun. I don't know the Bone Song. But I assume that the Bone Song goes something like the Doom Song, and while I wait for it to rebuild, I'm gonna sing the Bone Song! Bone, 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 bone. Wasn't that horrible? Alright. So here's where we build this data. Alright, so we are retargeting from one skeleton to another skeleton via this. And going to stack our retargeting info. So let's see, our from skeleton to intermediate skeleton. Alright, so there's where we're losing it. Actually, let's look at intermediate to final. Where is that losing it? That's even worse, but okay. So here, Nice thing is I'm just going to step back in time and walk through how we built this thing. And yeah, I just leaked a bunch of memory, but who cares? Okay, so let's take a look at what is actually in bone retarget here. It has 96 bones. That should be greater than or equal to 0, but that's only going to be one of our many missing bones. Alright, it won't let me fix the bug. How about we just continue debugging as if I haven't made any changes? Can we do that? We just ignore entirely that I made changes? Edit and continue never does anything for anybody. Go make sure it's 100% disabled across everything. And alright, let's go. Compiler question. In general, kind of the gold standard of things that will make your code run fast on a processor, the Intel C compiler will make your code run the absolute fastest on Intel systems. The only problem with that is that they intentionally emit like the slowest possible code for AMD processors, so it's something that you really only would ever want to use if you were only compiling for yourself, not for code that you were shipping out to other people, which is unfortunate because they basically take the single best compiler and then make it a compiler that you cannot use. So it's so much work to produce a compiler no one outside of like a couple of in-house scientific apps can actually use. So yeah, Visual Studio is a pretty nice compiler. We use that. Okay, so bone retarget. So there are interesting things going on here. So why is it remapping this via one of the child bones? This code is weird. Yes, what my wife said, shipping hardware-specific binaries can be an exercise in pain because then if you're running a completely different program on two different people's systems, then, well, which one did you QA and which one, which one are they running? And you've basically, like, if you have several different binaries, you've basically, like, doubled or tripled your amount of QA that you have to do. Yeah, so actually this is why I needed to do right up here, and none of that overly clever stuff farther down. This is all just cleanup for that bug there. That does not mean that we fixed all the bugs, though. So we're going to try this again and look for where things maybe got a little bit weird. And start this up, and something is going strange with the mapping between two skeletons, which basically we have one skeleton. This is the thing that we are going to be using in the game. Then there's another skeleton that this is the skeleton that the animation is built for. Then the animation sort of has an implicit skeleton for how the bones in the animation file are laid out, and we need to map from across that range of things, and something somewhere is getting slightly mismatched. So I will attach to the process once more. And so let's take a look at our bone retarget map. Which has 96 bones in it. And this is the confusing part here. So we're mapping these, or aligning these two skeletons, and the source bone would be Cape 2, and it would be via Cape 3, which is a child of it. So there's the hierarchy's getting slightly inverted in here, and well, let's just make sure that the from skeleton has from is so here we've got the original skeleton has C3 as the parent of, or as the child of C2. And over here, we can check that too. Yeah, so we've got both of those in there, and they're just each other's parent. Or C2 is the parent of C3. Then in the destination skeleton here, we've got, there's a C3, and it is the, and its parent is C2. So the question is, why are they not just mapping over one-to-one? And I'm just going to start over and step through this. And we get in here, and first off, just what is our set of unmapped source bones? So we should have mapped almost everything already. Like bone retarget is coming out of there, and like everything looks great. So why, when and where is it going wrong? Actually, we'll do this even, I'm going to do this the super clever way and set a data breakpoint if I can. So, add a watch to that. And set a data breakpoint. This is, so what I did was I took the just took this bone here, took the field I was interested in, got a pointer to the field, which I can see right here, and then I can use that to set a data breakpoint and watch when that explodes. And when something changes that, why can't you be set? Okay. Everything is against me today. So we'll do this the old-fashioned way and just watch when that changes. So I'll set up a and I'm just going to watch this myself. Run to cursor down here. So it hasn't changed yet. Run to cursor, and that changed it. And it shouldn't have. So I'm going to step out of this function and just run it all again. And here's the code that did something bad. There's no reason any of this should be overlapping between these two files. Yeah, so I was remapping everything that hadn't. I was remapping everything that had been remapped instead of everything that hadn't been remapped, and that's certainly not the way to do things. Right, no, this was right. This is the wrong one. So if we found the bone, if the bone is remapped, but then its parent is still unmapped. And build and run, and away we go. And let's just run to down here, collapse retarget map, take a look at bone retarget and see if it's awesome yet. Looks awesome so far. So how are we on result atom sources? And we got 89 bones, which is about what I would expect to get. So we've squished one bug. Because what I would expect is that, given that we are mapping a skeleton onto itself, this is kind of just a null operation, because these are the same skeleton, and there are 89 output bones, and there are 89 sources for bones. So yay, we've done it. We have mappings for everything in the simple null case of mapping a bone onto itself. So let's try the slightly more ambitious case in here where we Okay, so here's the moment of truth. Do we actually have data for all of our bones? And we do, yay! We've successfully mapped 89 bones from one skeleton to another. So going farther down, and let's just build it. See what happens. And we built a skeleton. Yeah, we lost me. I'll probably come back once once it catches up. I think I am streaming once again. At least my computer's come unhung, so that's good. So how's everybody doing while I wait for my computer to open a project? This is fun. Alright, I'm just going to force quit Visual Studio because it doesn't seem to want to open the skeleton, open the solution for me. And try that again. And it's probably going to crash again. Well, that lagged out for less time. Now we are waiting for the client solution to finish loading. in the grimdark future I am going to get a second computer to just stream Visual Studio, because apparently Visual Studio and the start menu are just too taxing to run on the same computer that I am streaming from. All right. So I'm manually starting the Camelot Unchained Patcher from the command line because my start menu and OBS do not appear to be friends at all. Where do we hide the patcher? Hey, Bull, where do we hide the patcher these days? The patcher. Patcher.exe. Local /CSE /Camelot Unchained / Yeah, that's all just spuds. Ah, there we are. Alright, yay. How to start the patcher without invoking the start menu. And run the client, which will load the skeleton that we just built and perhaps be way less Dali-esque. Let's find out. Wow, that's even better. So it doesn't drop out constantly. Yes. So we've gotten into a better place. It does, in fact, animate. Kill me! Kill me! So we are in a better place. The last time I was running this, it would just be locked into a single position and then, you know, periodically disappear entirely while the entire skeleton turned to not a number. But now we are clearly in a much better place than we were because we at least have bones that are constantly moving. Bull's gonna have Bill says he's gonna have nightmares. Tim says, "Kill me." Why was I made to feel pain? Okay, so obviously this is problematic, but this gets to be the fun part of debugging now. Oh God, kill me! Oh God, kill me! This is where Mike Crossmeyer has made some sort of particle explosion. I'm not sure why it's here. Has nothing to do with my code. That's the fun thing about using like a shared test zone with the other people on the team. So, it wants to die. It's just like, please let me die. It's just, so this is where I do my thing, um, and figure out what's going wrong based on how things are misassembled. I love how just like the birds are chirping in the background as if Abomination is not flopping about. Alright, I'm going to grab another soda and I'll be right back. You can I'll just put it on auto run as it runs to its death. Or even better. Fly, my pretties, fly! Yeah, let's try let's try and see. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out how this got into this state. Let's start with, where am I? And where is my head? So, I think our big tip-off here is the head itself. Because the head is at a large z offset, but where is everything relative to its parents? And at one point, JB had written some lovely code for putting little tags on individual bones, which I'm going to go find real quick. And maybe it was under here. Nope, I think this code may have not made it into the current version of everything. That's okay. So what's going to happen here is I'm just going to attach little transform gizmos to all of my bones. Actually, that probably isn't going to help me much, so I'm not going to do that after all. I'm just going to look at the bone positions and see what I get out of this. So in the highest level of detail, the fingers are individually jointed. But that goes away rapidly as things get farther away. I think your player is always going to be high detail, though. So we have all the parts in various places. Go in here. So let's look at these two guys side by side. Here's our pose data. And none of this looks horrible. There's nothing in here that makes you go, "Oh my lord, why is this happening?" It's all just kind of sane. And then over here, here are our bones. And what do we know about them? So that looks like a fairly reasonable translation for the pelvis. Just gonna jump. We're gonna repeatedly go in here. And right now I'm mostly just looking for what's happening and what looks right. And I'm, using the power of experience to be like, yeah, this bone should be about here. Like, you can look at the pelvis right here and say that it's bind matrix. Yeah, that looks reasonable. The pelvis is 1.1 meters off the ground because this number is here. And the spine, very, very close to so actually the spine looks to be in a weird position, so this might actually be our problem. It should be more offset from the pelvis. And it is parented to, so here's our left leg bone, which is parented to the pelvis, which is totally fine. So here I'm walking the chain of spine bones and going, I think these might be the problem, because these should have a Z that keeps going up. So I think I've accidentally copied their local transform relative to their parent into their bind pose, and everything is snowballing from there. So, and if that's going bad, then there's just no hope for anything. So I'm going to go back up my call stack and go back up my call stack to just check this and make sure that, yeah, these bones are coming directly out of the skeleton data. So I need to go back over here to the build server and look at how I am outputting those skeleton bones. And that's going to be in Skeleton Builder, create resource data right here. And it seems like every time this song comes on, like I'm make some significant piece of progress, which is weird because it's like one of my favorite songs right now. Okay, so debug, attach to process. FBX build. Continue to here. Now we don't need to track through all of that because we've already fixed those bugs. And eventually we get in here where we're actually trying to spit out the resource data. So let's look at InScale and see what's coming in here. So that looks kind of reasonable. It's 1.1 meters off the ground. And its local is same thing as it should be for something with no parent. Now let's scroll down here and take a look at the spine, which should have as its parent is the pelvis, like we'd want it to be. And its global position should be a little bit higher. So I can just, looking at these matrices, here's, X, Y. This row is the translation, which is the offset of the bone and world space, which is going to be X, Y, and Z. And then global down here. So this is good. Right here. This is good. This is very questionable. And that's probably, that right there was the biggest bug. Here, let me scroll it down so I can be like, and here's what went wrong. We don't actually want to multiply the bind pose into its parent space. Needs to actually be just set up there, which we will do. Alright, so rerun this entire thing. Regenerate the skeleton and see what we get. So debug, attach to it again. And we'll just continue and let it do its thing. And done, got our output. Let's run the client and see what the client does with this now. Anecdotally, for what Strike JK just said is there's an old joke in computer graphics that the key to computer graphics is to make an even number of sign errors. So, yeah, if you get it backwards twice, you're good. So we're much closer. Look at this. I mean, we're not there. This is not there, but it's quite a bit closer. I mean, that's way less than human. He's just giving up and lying down. La. I like when he just gives up and lies down. Go on, you can do it again. Yeah, it's just like, I'm not gonna try. So clearly when he's stuck in his bind pose, things are fine. We fixed the bind pose problems. Now let's fix some animation problems. This is... I see nothing wrong with this. I think he's ready to ship. Definitely just ship it now. Okay, so right now he's happy. He's so happy. I gotta figure out what goes bad between happy time and sad time. Okay, so I'm right now just sort of staring blankly at this going, so what's going wrong? We're pretty good at figuring out how the head is connected to the spine, for instance. Okay, so let's get a just base case of how this is going good before we worry too much about how it's going bad. Oh, come on, you haven't optimized that variable away. Don't even try and tell me you've optimized that variable away. So, let's see, look at the bones. These all look good. So, translation looks sane. Okay, so now I got that. I'm gonna wait until he goes horrible, and then put a new breakpoint in there. Wait a second. Come be bad. Come be horrible. So let's look at the, say, so head is bone 21, which is connected to neck, which is bone 18, which is connected to T, which is connected to bone 15. So here's the head with its anim. And there's the so these look pretty reasonable, but the character doesn't. So this is the chain from the spine to the root. I'm just looking at the numbers in these, and they all are down the x-axis with the exception of that very first pelvis, which is up the Z and then rotated. So whole chain just to So actually this one right here, this one's interesting because why is Z at -5? Why? Like, none of these values make sense, and this is -1, so these are way, way off from where I would expect them to be if things were non-Lovecraftian. And then these look okay relative to their parent, so that makes me say, hey, something's weird in how these particular bones are getting output. Because you can see up here, like these are, yeah, it should be about 115 off the ground. So I would definitely expect something to be different here. So let's just take a quick peek back over where we're outputting the animation data. And so that all looks good so far up there. Let's see where we fold it down into a quaternion here. So that looks sane-ish. This might be a little odd. So we're going to say boom global, and then we're always going to forcibly transform it by its parent. So this is an ugly weird thing where I'm just basically rebuilding everything and see if this is at least consistent. And I'll work on making the math better if it is. I've narrowed down my math mistake one way or another. And oh. And I got tripped up by my assertion, but that's actually good. Found a legit problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't ask me why. And the skeleton is built. Let's go run the client the revised skeleton. Well, it's something different. He literally has his head up his ass. We have successfully.
Wow, that's so far he's levitating too.
Nah, it's just in fly mode. But yeah, his head is literally right up there. You can see it coming through his pelvis. So Here's the important thing. Something changed when I did that, which means something in the math was not, you know, I changed the math there in this block right here to something that is, a little less precise, accumulates numeric errors a little more. And what came out of it was that there was something weird. So I'm going to say I actually did solve a bug here. Uh, so so that's good. Question now is, what are we left with? I'm just going to go back in here in the client and set a breakpoint and look at what we are seeing. And none of these look okay. All of these have very strange translations. I'm going to switch back over and say, did I... Oh. Yeah, that. So my change did in fact have a bug where everything was sort of nulling out its transform relative to its parent, and so we should rebuild it with that fix. And maybe we'll get lucky this time. In hindsight, I really should have known that was a problem, because even the bind pose was getting messed up, and that shouldn't have been happening. So we're back to where we were, which tells me that, that was not actually the problematic area. Like, all of these look very good. These look exactly what you would kind of expect of, head is in one position and these bones are in various places relative to their parent when he's behaving himself. And when he's not behaving himself, these are all just in such strange places. Well, most of them are. These actually all look pretty good, except for the... these look fairly reasonable, except for this one, where the X, Y, and Z are all just wildly negative, which makes me think something's just going horribly bad with it. So I'm going to take a very short break and catch my voice a little bit and think about this in silence, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes. In the meantime, yeah, have some music.
Night falls. These walls are leaking memories again. Open the vein, the blood of ages. Blood again. Night falls. These walls
I am not muted. So, yeah. So this is going through the model data path, and so to catch up on the things that happened while I was muted, we discerned that the problem is not actually the animations at all. The problem is that we are bound. The animations are bound to. Well, the model vertices are the problem. They are being bound to something other than the skeleton. Some of the model verts are binding themselves to the wrong bones. Because in that the data is completely static. So what I'm going to have to do is go through and just rebuild all the models with the new skeleton code so that they are bound to the right bones, and then they will be right. So, there's a larger question of whether that's the best way to actually ship the game. Do we want to include any kind of remapping in there, in the models themselves? And that's a fair question because, every time if we change the skeleton, we don't want to have to repatch every single mesh that is built using that skeleton. However, in the interest of moving things forward right now, I'm just going to do this and force a rebuild of all of the model data. Okay. All right.
We are masters of the vision. We are princes of the seat. You will learn to love your prison, too terrified to leave.
Yeah, we don't build the skeleton resource here anymore. flags dot. So I'm just I'm updating the model build code to include a little bit of infrastructure that came in with other code. So actually, I don't want to do that there. Skeleton build. I'm just going to copy some code out of here. Models. Yep, still going. And we output yeah, let's see, so that got me what I needed to get. So yeah, come over here, modify this bit of code to instead building stuff, building skeletons. Namespaces in this project are kind of a mess. So that would be a very good thing to clean up at some point. So, what this should do is build me a complete set of models. And write them out to disk, where I've been again, asserts all over the place. Let's just try debugging one of these. This is exciting. Yeah, so clearly we are exploding on some of these, mostly to do with animations. We seem to be cleanly building all the things like sapling deciduous and all of that stuff. I'm going to yeah, so this thing's exploding on anything that's attached to characters, which is not surprising. Let's see, what is the best way to debug this, though? We have an awful lot of processes to end here. I would probably just reboot if it weren't for if it wouldn't explode the stream. So instead I'm going through and quitting all of these processes as fast as I can. Abort, abort. Abort, 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 abort. All the processes die. Bull is laughing. He's like, I feel your pain.
Whenever that happens, I give up. Kill the build server and then just go back and reset all the things you think.
Yeah. Well, that's not what happened today. Yeah, Bull said, I would just kill the build server. The problem is I killed the build server and there were still 1,000 FBX build subprocesses that were just orphaned after I did that.
Oh yeah, the solution to that is coffee and lots of clicking.
Yeah, the solution was coffee and lots of clicking. But anyways, yeah, what I would not give for like a kill-9 wildcard kind of thing on Windows. Just like, you know, I could do this in Bash. I should really get around to setting up Bash for Windows so I could just, you know, PSAUA, PS grep for FBX build, pipe that into kill. The Unix way. So anyway, what I'm going to do, because that was a nightmare, was I'm going to modify the skeleton builder code to, or rather the model builder code. So right here we try to build all of the models in parallel, and that's the opposite of what we want to do. So, and by doing that, we'll just build them one at a time, and I'll only get one explosion, and then I'll have a pretty good chance of being able to debug just the one explosion. Bidet Alex says hi from France. I don't know what to think of that. I'm assuming Bidet Alex is Georgia. She promised she was going to troll me. Georgia was a programmer that I worked with long ago at Mythic. And I remember one time Georgia and I made a really silly video of us like running around the Mythic office style in cardboard boxes, and then someone in France started posting about it and said I had a nice drain, and we figured out he was like, apparently that's, if you translate like French slang literally, it would be like, you know, if you literally translated some English to say someone had a nice donkey. So, anyway. Long ago, when I was younger and prettier, I had a nice drain in French. So, why is this not actually building? Should not be saying it built everything. Should be saying it should be rebuilding everything every time. Alright. Let's debug this. You're getting the force flag. Why aren't you forcing? Oh, well, this is wrong. Because it resolves the link once at the start instead of that. What we really want is a lovely hash set. So what's going on here is someone said for each model in models where the model is not already in this list, add it to the list. But the problem is that this where runs at the very start of the loop, so when the list is empty. So all of these are empty, so models will get added in. So this doesn't filter it at all, it just adds models multiple times. And this is going to do that'll do what this was actually intended to do. That doesn't answer the question of how we got of why nothing was building, but anyway, that's so assets to build should have, yeah, like 1,200 things in it now, which is better than whatever it was. Aha! I missed a bit of code in there. So, this took locks on all of the FBXs and yeah, just random celestial body inserted into the code. Let's see, flags.hasFlag. And as long as I'm in here, I'm just going to make this nicely async. Get FBX build lock async. Add in my namespace because namespaces. There. Okay. So go back to model build. So async all the things as I go, and this should just run. Hey, Bull, how do you reset the build lock on FBX files themselves? Yeah, but reset building cogs doesn't actually trip that. It only trips the models. Okay. Yeah, so I missed that one build lock and that exploded everything. That's why we were not getting things built. But hey. We will press forward and there will be awesome code. Alright, so now we have, now in the course of our building, trying to build control point merged VIC01. We tried to get in it, so here we have something I can actually debug. So I'm going to debug it. Uh, so, do all of the asserts slow the game down? The asserts are only in the internal build, so that's hatchery or internal test or whatever you want to call it. So it's not on Wormling, and it won't be in the final game. Okay, so here we are in mesh data. What's exploding? Group is -1. Yeah, I think this is completely unrelated to any of my problems. Here we have mesh data with a vertex group count of 0, and we're trying to get the collision group. I think okay, this bug is completely unrelated to anything I'm doing, and I don't think anyone has actually run a model build with debugging turned on in a bit, so these assertions have nothing at all to do with this. So I'm going to silence it and see what happens. But yeah, this is garbage. This is like group count is 0. What is going on with this code? What's that, Bull? Yeah, and I'm wondering why it's asserting, and I'm wondering if I can actually move forward. Like, because this is just wrong. Like, how can I get this to debug the problem I'm trying to debug? I'll show you the call stack on this. So get vertex group offset. Group is -1, recast as an unsigned, and then that's coming from get collision group offset. which is in here, which is vertex group count is 0. So -1 goes negative. And
Well, it was a long time ago before we shouldn't even be in there. I was thinking it's collision.
yeah, so we've got something with no actual renderable mesh, but collision. Is that possible?
You mentioned it earlier. What was that? It's something that I able to do
Maybe it is my bug. Maybe there's a reason that there is no mesh. Maybe it's my bug that there is no mesh at all in here. But yeah, this thing we're doing here of like this is weird. Just where we -1 and then +1 and we hit a bunch of weird wraparound problems. That'll at least make it sane. What is a collision group? Yeah, that's huge. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Actually, I'm going to do it like this. Okay, that should at least not explode. So cleaning up very, very old code. Maybe we'll hit something new. So this appears to be running fine now, so what I'm going to do is go back to Model Builder and make them all run at once. Build server. Alright, well, they're getting new errors now, but that's a thing to find now. So I'm just going to let it finish, and I'm going to attach to one of these processes that's been left running for a while. Import resources.
Night falls. These walls are leaking memories again. Open the vein, the blood of ages.
We needed new tunes. It's just how it is. So I think we've actually run out of things to crash on, so I'm going to attach to one of these debug processes or one of these build processes that's exploded on me, and check where did this all come from. So it looks like this might... There might be some more all-purpose problems with this build here. So I'm going to turn debugging back on and put my debug flag back on and just step through the FBX build process and see what's going on inside there. I'll put this back to change this little extension to be what it should. we got... Okay, going... and attached to this process. Attach this process and we'll see what we see inside it. Alright, so what do we have for our import mesh? Is this something sane? Now that would explain the lack of mesh groups. So we are badly handling the case where there were no verts, but also we just weren't putting the verts in. Actually, I'm just going to flip this back and turn this over to debug. Turn this over to the fast build and see if we get good stuff out of it. Add mesh builder. Let's see, anim sheet test. Go to my top level. Clear this debug flag. Fix my syntax error. Well, that's a new error at least, or an unrelated error. Mesh data actually has some size to it, which is nice. Kind of an alarming amount of size to it, actually. So I'm going to look at what these exceptions are in here, and skeleton build line 398. Build 193. that's a bug right there. That should be FBX file. We'll fix that. In the meantime, there's still a whole lot of stuff, and almost all of it's building correctly. So let's look at which of these has been running the longest. Yeah, that's... I'm just gonna have to wait for this to finish out. When it's all done, whatever's left will be the one that had some kind of error in it. Only one of these is actually exploding, so that's nice. Does it fail like this? Nah, it's
Yes.
that.
Yes. Only get one of those. That's it. I just haven't figured out this one is the filter itself just needs the
Alright, well, Bull says I can safely ignore this, but since I've actually got it nicely isolated, I'm going to try and actually fix it. Figure out how we got here. Alright, I'm just going to ignore this. Nothing immediately jumps out at me looking at it, so I'm going to get back to trying to get my thing done instead of trying to fix, like, everyone else's stuff. So, actually, you need to also trigger a build of rebuild all the animations because I cleared out the whole directory. I'll revisit this later. Add it to my long to-do. And maybe we'll get super lucky and this will look awesome. Okay, skeleton build done. Need to actually rebuild all the skeletons. Turns out we don't actually want to do that. Later on, I will make this part of the full build process for all the resource types, but and here we go. Build all the skeletons. Go, skeleton build, go! I'm gonna get rid of most of them. Just any static model. Basically, any skeleton that's used only by one model, I'm going to stick it into, just embed it directly into the model data. Cut down the number of files we load by half. That'll make people on 5400 RPM hard drives way faster, because it'll be half the number of seeks to start the game. So, finally, back over to the client. Skeleton resource, and to just drop this in to mesh resource. So that was a long detour. It was a necessary detour. It was one I just kind of hoped to avoid. But now we will have all of the meshes rebuilt with the new animation builder, since the old ones kind of needed to be rebuilt for that anyway. So how big is this big data pack now? 278 megabytes. Definitely something we want to pack down smaller before we ship the game. Yeah, that's the uncompressed, but it takes up memory. How's the chat doing? Chat that I've totally ignored. Taco Burger. I don't know where this... Oh, it started with you. Well, I had tacos for lunch, so clearly, you know, I also need tacos for dinner. Give me a client. Give me a client with a guy bound to his right verts. Client's almost done. We're just about ready to fire it up. They are shitty Staples shares. Yes, it's. We did not spend a lot of, this is your money. Every time that you go out and, every time that someone puts in money on the website, every person who backed us in the Kickstarter, this is built with their money. And I would not, in good conscience, like someone pledges $700 to make the game, go spend that on a $700 chair. That is not how we do it. So, here we are. So, the fingers aren't terrifying, the toes aren't terrifying. That is still like the ultimate wedgie, though. So, I don't know if it's me, but it looks like he's kind of got some gorilla hand action going on here. I told you it was...
He got Melvin.
Yeah, Tyler's cracking up here in the background. So... Yeah, his hands look big. Okay, no, but...
They are a little bit.
So code-wise, like in terms of, I am correctly rendering incorrectly modeled hands. However, I am definitely incorrectly rendering pants.
Like space attached to his...
Why you gotta hate Tyler?
It might be an
I actually did have the head up his ass at one point, like literally sticking out.
Take a screenshot.
No.
Screenshot of this.
Screenshot. I'm gonna use GIF cam. Oh. Let's see.
That man is his own background.
Okay, so GIF cam is awesome. This is so gonna be, I gotta get so it's nicely lit. Oh yeah. That's not good. So this guy right here is the direct result of sitting in a 5-year-old beaten up Staples office chair. It's true. Alright, I've saved that for posterity for Tyler. Where is his right foot? We would all like to know that. Um, yeah, I am. I am slightly stumped for now. I see. Like, so much of him looks right, except for just like even the legs look right. Like the knees look right. Yeah, the knees seem to be at the right height. It's really just his pelvis is at the wrong height, and it makes me wonder if something else is going on. So I'm not entirely sure. So actually this looks like a vertex binding problem again. Something specifically going wrong with stuff that's bound to the pelvis. Because you can see what's going on here is this is very, very, like this right here, you can see how it's moving in sync, very much in sync with his shoulders and not in sync with like his back. In fact, it's moving like counter to his back. So I think the verts that were bound directly to the pelvis bone, which is the root 0 bone, is just getting bound to something higher up, and everything else in the model is getting bound to the correct bone. So that gives us a good starting point for figuring out what's going on here. A little more artistic, you know, golden hour. Scott. I mean Tyler. So yeah. Alright. So anyway, key question is what exactly has gone so very wrong here? I believe it is almost certainly something about stuff that is bound to the root, or stuff that's maybe not bound at all, not getting bound to the root. But I wish I knew which model that was actually driving his pants, but I don't. I guess I could look. It's all hard-coded into the client because I'm running single player. And let's see, I was running this with Windows Server 15, which would mean Ethereum Human Melee, which would mean here we are. Okay, so human male pants. Well, looks like I'm going to be hoisting my rebuild one specific resource code out to someplace else. And just make sure that this is in fact what's initializing his gear, so I'm absolutely sure that I'm looking in the right place. Yeah, so that's not actually happening. So now there's not actually anything on him. That's our, quote, base nude model, which surprises me. But I will believe it. Well, I'll first find out if it... I'm going to check that in the editor to make double super extra sure. And start the patcher with the editor. That's how it works. Or start the editor from the patcher. It's just another game as far as CU is concerned. This is our editor. Ooh. And that resource ID was 129828. One two nine eight two eight. Should be looking under equipment, I believe. Yeah, here we are. Um, that looks like a headless model to me. Yeah, so there it is, playing its falling animation badly. Okay, so here I've identified which model I'm looking for, and I'm going to just make a note of this and rebuild this stuff. And so this seems like a lovely time to go back to the builder and take my fancy stuff to build a particular resource and just shove that into the top level code. But before I do that, I'm just going to checkpoint. And I'll start rebuilding the pants model to try and trace how those verts are getting bound to the wrong bone. So I'm using source tree to just commit everything that I've done so far to my own personal branch before I do a bit of refactoring, because this is all just bug fixes that I've done. And now I'm going to crack open or go back to the build server rather. Open up skeleton build. And I'm going to yank out all of this code. Let's save it over in a separate file for a second. Notepad++ is everyone's friend. Go to task builder, back to builder base, and say so grab this little bit of plumbing here, which is just a little class that is either a resource or a cog, and then put that into the builder base. And So build async. And the last bit is oh, we need systems collection generic. The bane of C#. You just have to keep jumping all over the file to add namespaces. And here we go. Oh. Again, add link. Anything else that doesn't compile? So there's our bits of building, and I got a ton of errors all through other files that I need to actually implement that function. Just gonna build and go through and fix all the errors. Visual Studio will tell me where they are. Alright, so that's one. I think half of these files aren't even in use anymore, but which means I should make Bull clean them out. and we're just gonna set this to filter the build to only build certain assets. Alright. That should filter the build nicely. And drop the same thing in here. And might as well copy all of this over. This needs to get tweaked a little bit. This could become something generic out at a higher level. Okay, so that's a thing, and then that goes away. And Alright, I'm doing something dumb here. What did I miss? So, filter the build. Oh. Okay, that looks good. I can actually build only some assets of our models and our zones and other nice useful things like that. And now push that back to the top level builder and say model build async. Boom. Just like that, and we'll be able to build only one model, which will be way more exciting. See if it actually builds the one model I'm expecting it to. Yep, builds human male. So yeah, I built a bunch of infrastructure, but this will certainly be useful in the future. And now I will turn debugging on and get a very up close and personal look at pants. We've got to have the world's best pants. I'm gonna check the chat real quick, so see if my wife's like annoyed at me yet. Yeah. So in terms of language, it's a mix. The higher level build process that manages the entire build is C#. The part that dives down into building individual model data is in C++ because it's using because we export our models as FBX files, and there's a really nice SDK created just for loading and manipulating FBX files. So that's kind of how we grab the data out and process it. So we have this great big super C# task that handles building all the various parts of the game, which is what I'm working in right now. And then down low we've got it's starting this little C++ program that processes the models, and that program is where something's gone wrong. So I fired up the builder, it built the thing I wanted built, and that FBX build process is just kind of sitting there waiting for me to attach the debugger. So and here we go. Let's dive into build mesh. Build the mesh. And let's step deep into process mesh and see what we get. That's not doing anything very interesting, so that's just going even deeper. A lot of this code I've not looked at in well over a year, so I'm getting caught up a little bit. So So here we are, accumulate mesh. Let's take a look at what retarget skeleton looks like, just to make sure that so node retarget is probably the most interesting one here, and that's I'm just gonna pull this over and dive deeper into it, and say retarget skeleton. Here's the data that maps one skeleton onto the other. Node retarget is all the nodes in the FBX file mapped into something. So first, the FBX nodes are not themselves super useful, but got a lot of bones in here. Let's just start diving in and maybe find. I'm just going to start looking into the code and see if I can figure out where things are going in an interesting way. Grab the mesh, walk through, get the transforms off the mesh, evaluate global transform, get control points. So I'm going to guess there's something in here that's looking if the bone number equals 0, and really we want it to be -1. So get verts from mesh. So get bones from mesh. What do you do? Run through the deformers, blah blah blah. that all looks good. Don't see anything special that happens when the bone number equals 0. So, So, FBX bone is... Why does this have to be hard? Why can't we just have like a field that's the name? Hey, Rig P, there we are. Stuff that is bound to the pelvis right off the bat. Isn't that perfect? So, and here's a vertex that is bound to the pelvis, right here. I'm looking at you right now. And that's a position 1.2 meters off the ground that looks like it should be bound to the pelvis. And the lowest index is -1. Let's wait. So, what is the next? At 0. Okay, this is too easy. This is really almost too easy. Okay, so we got our mesh, and let's just see what we got in our verts. Okay. Wow, that's so many vertices. This is more vertices than I'm going to be able to like usefully sort through. So instead, I'm just well, let's take a look at build mesh data and see if that's doing something dumb in there. Oh yeah, that's just copying data. So I'm going to do something slightly trickier, which is change build vertex and just give this a little underscore, and everywhere that was accessing that rightly or wrongly is going to get a compile error in here. Yeah, nothing bad there. This all looks great. That also all looks great. That's all just copying data around. It doesn't care what it is. Here's stuff that maps things to vertex to bone zero, but this is the code we already went through pretty well. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm not seeing the bug that I'm looking for yet. So it's probably not in there. Okay, so I'll go back and undo my abuse and see what else I can see in here. Let's see what I can do to debug this. I'm going to do something really crazy and we actually build all the verts. I'm just going to sort them by height and look for the ones around the pelvis and see what's going on with them. That's odd, but it's probably my best bet at actually debugging this. So, quick. Writing some sort of C plus sharp right here. So that'll give me a nice accumulation of all of them. And then so here I'm just going to get a crazy bunch of vertices sorted by height, and I'm just going to eyeball what's in the middle and find the verts that are that look to be pelvic. And sometimes you just gotta eyeball the numbers and see what's going on. So, debug, attach to process. And let's take a look at all verts. So here's all the vertices in this model sorted by height, and somewhere around 1.1, 1.2, I should see stuff that's properly bound to the butt. And if I don't, then I know the bug is above here. And if I do, then so what are bones 24 and 26? Let's have a look at that. Output bones. Okay, so yeah, those are on his right forearm, so that is something that should be in that range. Let's look for something a little closer to the center line. And that center line is going to have Y a lot closer in, so this looks like a good candidate. What bones are you bound to? 6 and 0, so this is bound to 0 pretty well. So we got stuff that is tightly bound to index 0, and we're happy about that, so we can assume the bug is probably after this point in the code. So let's take a look at the skeleton retargeting. So bone 6, it's left leg. So yeah, that's the same thing. It's bound fractionally between the left leg and the. So something that's in that region is bound 90% to the butt, 1% to the upper thigh, which is a very sane thing to be bound to. Here is our and just checking its bind pose. Is it something I would want it to be? And the bind pose in here is a very sane 1.1 in the Y. But what is the what's our bone retarget on the pelvis? Where's our source bone for the pelvis? So here's our pelvis. Bone is and that looks good too, so there's no weird remapping going on there. Just going to delete this code because it's not code we really want. Take another much closer look at build mesh data. So just clean that up a little bit so we don't apply LOD remapping to things that don't have some kind of bone weight on them. Sort out our control points. Do this again. And what I should really do is so what I'm doing here is I'm just going through and making sure that after we chop down the number of bones attached to a vertex to for LOD purposes, because at lower LODs not everything's in the same LOD, that we're still having sane data. This is probably not the problem, but it's a potential source of bugs. So So that'll get rid of any nans, zeros, whatever. And this will merge together. Merge together identical indices. Then this might help. It's not likely to, but we'll give it a try. And I'm going to actually kill this. Yeah, one other here was a place that was giving us an exception earlier, so at least we'll get the correct exception now. Let's see if any of these fixes helped us out with this. Let's just make this condition on debug. So that way, debug builds will go one at a time, and non-debug builds will go all at once. I'll go over and make that change to the skeleton builder too. Yeah, that's a pain to make. I'm not going to try and make that change here. And how we're doing? Yeah, it's after 8. I should probably go home soon. I should probably, or rather, I meant to, force a full rebuild with all of those flag changes I made. This should rebuild a lot faster than the other one was. You can watch the build together. There's a lot of exceptions here. What's going on? Yeah, those are valid reports of problems with models. So let's see what the client looks like now. I bet it looks exactly the same, but you've filtered out a bunch of potential problems anyway. Yeah. I am probably going to go home one way or another after this, so don't get your hopes up for all night. Because I'm starting to get a little bleary-eyed. My wife needs me. Yeah, it's, we're through the compile. It's doing the link now. Won't be long now. We are not formally Scrum, so we are, I refer to us as Agile with a small a. So we are definitely doing parts of it, but it's not the, we are a code first, not process first. Yep, still doing it. You know, I'm just gonna run the version on the patcher real quick, just for comparison's sake. And we're gonna see how this goes. This might do something. I'm gonna be really, really sad if it turns out that model has this same bug. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow, he's got a little pudge. A little bit of pudge. Just a little teeny bit of pudge. So here's the more interesting thing. And get him over by a rock or something. Okay, so that's like an almost perfect thing to measure his height by. Get this dude over by the same rock in the same position. These dudes side by side. So, what I'm seeing here is the knees look like they're aligned right. Really is just that pelvis. Question. is this too wide? Like, is there any weird scaling going on? Yes, okay, so that's, it looks like it was bigger, but that's really just perspective because it's up so high. And if we zoom out and have like a much more linear perspective, it looks lined up about right. Alright, I'm kind of stumped on this. I'm going to go get some dinner and see if I can't revisit this later. So, what's happening is not. It looks to me like the verts in specifically in his pelvis. Everything that should be bound to the pelvis is bound to something in his shoulder. Like those are bound to the wrong bone somehow. This is what we should be seeing. Why? So I can't. So you guys tell me what you think here, because I've probably been staring at this a wee bit too long. So take a look at the belt. Now take a look at this guy's belt. So his belt's this guy's belt. The one on the left, his belt is having a lot more like side to side tilt to it, right? I'm not imagining that. Trying to make sure I think I'm seeing what I am seeing. Like his butt definitely seems to be doing a lot more wiggle like this on the left, in addition to, you know, the side to side. Like they're both doing this, but I think the one on the left is doing this more, and that's a hint at what's going on here. So, and that definitely, if that is